Welcome to my course entitled Learn 500 Arabic Words with Flashcards plus Grammar Essentials. My name is Ajmer and I'm the CEO and founder of ArabicEasy.com, which is a website dedicated to learning Arabic online. This course on Udemy is about learning 500 common words from everyday use and also selected words from the Qur'an, which is traditionally a reference for classical Arabic language. Each word is shown with a picture to help you remember the word, and where relevant, the words are shown in plurals and feminine. The words are also shown transliterated for easy read. The course also consists of grammar essentials, which starts with the very basics about Arabic letters and vowels, and gradually teaches you to start building sentences. There are two main types of sentences in Arabic: nominal and verbal sentences. The first part of the course focuses on building nominal sentences, and the second part is about building verbal sentences. The grammar section is designed to give you quick understanding of the concepts without scary technical grammar terms. At the end of the course, you will have learned 500 Arabic words and the essentials of Arabic grammar. And with this knowledge, you will be able to mix and match words to make thousands of complete sentences. The course is ideal for most beginners. For example, those who never learned Arabic before, those who can read Arabic but do not understand much of what they read, those who have small vocabulary. While learning how to build nominal sentences, you will also learn definite and indefinite nouns, pronouns, adjectives, cases, feminines, plurals, duals, prepositions, adverbs of time and place, possessives, demonstratives, comparatives. For verbal sentences, you will learn about verb tenses, perfect and imperfect, simple verbs conjugation, template for building verbal sentences. The course consists of 100 lectures, and if you complete one lecture at a day, you will complete the course in 3 to 4 months. Hope you enjoy the course. The Arabic language, Lesson 1. The Arabic language is part of a group of languages called Semitic languages. Some of the Semitic languages are said to be dead languages, meaning that they are not used anymore. For example, the Biblical Hebrew, the Akkadian, Syriac, and Ethiopian. And the ones used today are Arabic, Amharic, Modern Hebrew, and Tigrinya. Two features of the Arabic language are the Abjad writing system and the triliteral roots. The first one concerns the way Arabic is written, and the triliteral roots is about how the vocabulary is built in Arabic. In the Abjad writing system, each main symbol generally stands for a consonant. To demonstrate this concept, we will use English symbols. For example, we have these series of consonants, and this stands for the dog is sick. As you can see, I've removed all the vowels and leave the consonant. And in the writing system, the vowels are added on top and bottom of the consonants. So if you had to do that in English, it will look like this. So the, T-H-E, so the E is not part of the word. It's on top of the consonant. Dog, D-O-G. The O, which is the vowel, is added on top of the D, which is a consonant. So all the consonants in each word are put together like this, TH, DG, S, FCK, and the vowels needed to make the word are put on top. So this is what's meant by abjad writing system. In modern written Arabic, most of the time, the vowels are not written. This is an example of a word in Arabic. So each of these are consonants. So alif, lam, ya, waw, mim. All of these are consonants. And these symbols here are the vowels. This is how abjads work. And in modern Arabic, as we said, the vowels are not written like this. So with practice, you will be able to read a word without the vowels. Now let's look at the triliteral roots. To illustrate this concept, I will use a series of English words. Evolve, evolving, revolve, evolution, revolution, volution, revolving. So as we can see, all of these words have VOL at the base. And these words, having VOL at their base, have similarity in their meaning. So it has the idea of circling, something circling. In Arabic, this triliteral root system is used to develop vocabulary. So at the base, in Arabic, there are 3 root letters, most of the time. And these 3 root letters will be modified by adding some vowels, some additional consonants, in such a way that it would give new words. But the meaning will always be close enough to each other. And the science behind changing a word from the root to the new word is called morphology. So morphology should be studied in Arabic if you have to gain a good understanding of vocabulary and meaning of words. To illustrate this concept of morphology, I will take an example in English. So cat changed into cats. So I've added an S. So I've taken a simple word cat and changed it into cats. And we understand with S that this thing is now in the plural. Can we do that for other words? House, houses. So it works the same. I've taken a simple word, house, and changed it into houses. An elephant, change into elephants. So you can see that each of these words have been changed into the plural by simply adding an S. The ways to change a word into its plural is part of the larger science called morphology. To illustrate the triliteral root system, we'll take an example. We'll take 2 sets of 3 root letters and compare how they change with some morphological rule. One set of 3 letters will be Dhal, Ha, and Ba. These are 3 root letters that we'll use. And we'll also compare with another set of 3 letters. It's Fa, Te, and Ha. We'll apply one morphological rule to these 2 sets of letters. And the rule is to add a certain vowel on each of the letters. And this vowel is called Fatha. And we get this. So we've just taken each of these letters and add a Fatha on each. And we get this word. And this word means he went. So we'll apply the same rule to the second set of root letters. So we'll add the vowels as we did in the first case. We get this word, and it is Fataha. And the meaning is he opened. So as we can see, the meaning is he went here and he opened here. There is a similarity in the pronoun. So it's he, and here also it's he. Second similarity is that the two are in the past tense. He went, he opened. Let's apply a second morphological rule. So this rule is a bit more complicated. I've added another letter here. Apart from these three root letters, I've added another letter. So it's 1, 2, 3 root letters and another letter here in black. And I've changed the vowel a bit. So we have a different vowel on top. And this one means we are going. Now, if you want to apply the same morphological rule to the second set of letters, what should I do in this case? And what is the meaning that I expect to have? So I expect to have the meaning of we are opening. I want to apply the same morphological rule that I used from these three letters that gave me this word. I want to use this rule here. So to use this rule, I have to add this letter first, and then the three root letters. So these three letters with these vowels and this additional letter here. This is how it should look like. And we get the meaning of we are opening. So I've applied one morphological rule from the root letters to get this word, and the same rule applied to a second different set of letters to get this word. And then I've applied a second morphological rule to these letters to get another word. And the same rule has been used to get another word in the second set of root letters. And the meaning are similar. Here it's past tense, past tense. Here it's present and present. Here it's he, and we. The smallest units in the Arabic language are letters. For example, ze, shin, ya, mim. These are individual letters in Arabic language. And when letters are put together, we get words. Each word comprises of many letters put together, and each one has a meaning. So here we have three words. And when we put a couple of words together, we get sentences. So this is one sentence. معلمون عادب عليها. Letters. Lesson 2. This table shows a comparison between English language and Arabic language. So we look at each of these rows and compare the English and the Arabic. So first, number of letters. In English we have 26. In Arabic we have 28. Capital letters. In English, each letter has a capital form. So we have the capital letter A and we have the small letter a. But in Arabic, there is no capital letters. Direction. The direction of writing is left to right in English, but it's right to left in Arabic. So how many consonants we have in English? Most of them are consonants, except 5 letters which are vowels. So A, E, I, O, U are vowels, and the rest are consonants out of these 26. Out of these 28 in Arabic, all letters are consonants. So these 28 letters do not include vowels. So the vowels in Arabic are written separately on top of the letters that makes up the 28 letters. In the printed form, in English, it can be written as separate or cursive. In Arabic, it's always cursive. Handwriting form can be written in separate or cursive. In Arabic, it's always cursive. So cursive means when you link letters together in the words. And the last row Are letters dependent on position in the word? In English, yes, it's dependent if written in cursive form, no if written in non-cursive form. But in Arabic, since it's always cursive, it has separate start, middle, and end form. So when we learn how to write in Arabic, we have to learn the form of the letter when it's written at the beginning, at the middle, or at the end. So here are the letters, the 28 letters in Arabic. And here we have this Hamza. Hamza is the same as Alif. And this will be explained later on. Next, we'll go through each of these letters and see how they are written, how they are spelled, how they're written in the different forms, the start, the middle, and the end of the words. But before that, we'll look at how we will read the tables. So this is an example of the table that we'll use for each letter. In the middle here, we will see how the letter is written in separate form. In the right hand side on top, we'll show how the letter is written when it's at the start of a word. And here it will tell us when it's at the middle of a word. Here it shows how it's written at the end of a word. And here it shows a word that has an approximate sound to the sound in Arabic. For example, here we see loch. Loch is Scottish, and the ch is kh. So this is the sound of this letter, kh. And this is the name of the letter here, kh. And here in the middle, it shows the Arabic chat letter to represent this letter. So if you're chatting and you have to write kh, you can write kh. Sometimes I would put an S like this, which is Italic, and it's just to show that the S is not exactly the same as the S in English language. The line here shows a reference line where the letter should be written. So let's start with the first letter of the Arabic alphabet. The first letter is called Alif, and the sound is produced by the throat. When this letter has vowels, it will be a, I, or U. So here we see the shape of the letter at the beginning of a word. I've added an X here to show that no letter can connect with the Alif. So the X here is just to show that the next letter is never connected with the Alif. When Alif is in the middle of a word, it will have this shape. And the X here also means that there won't be any connection with the next letter in the word. And if Alif is at the end of a word, it will have the same shape as in the middle. The next letter in the alphabet is B, and it sounds the same as we say in bat. So the sound is B. This is how we write it at the beginning of a word. This is the middle of a word, and at the end it's shaped like that. And in the Arabic chat script, we can write it as simply a B. Next letter, T. So this letter is called T. It's like the T in English. T. In the separate form, it's written like this. At the start, we write it like this, middle and end. It's like T in tan. Next letter, Th. Th is written like a T, except it has a third dot. And it's written on top of the line, just touching the line. And this is called a Th. Th is like the sound TH in thunder. It's using the tongue and the lower teeth to make the sound. At the start of a word, it's written like this, at the middle, and at the end. This is a script for Arabic chat. TH, th. Next letter is jim. Jim is like the G in gem, j. When it's at the start of a word, it's written like this. This is how it's written in the middle, and this is how it's written at the end of a word. The next letter is ha. This is a bit tricky to make for starters. This is because we are used to the ha, like hat, but we have to make it more guttural. Ha, hat, but more guttural, as in ha. So at the start is like this, middle and end. And the number 7 is used to denote the ha in Arabic chat script. Next letter is ho. Ho is like a ha in written form, except that it has a dot on top of it. It's like the loch in Scottish. Ho. Dal is like d in English, Dalton. And at the start it's written like this, in the middle, and at the end. The X here means that no letter will come after this connected to it. So there could be letters after dal in a word, but the letter won't be connecting to the D. So we cannot connect this and something else. Val. Val is written like dal, except that it has a dot on top of it. The sound of val is like the th in that. So it's the. Ra. Ra is like the R in rumble. It's pretty much like the English ra. And here also, no letter can be connected to ra after it, but it can be connected before it. The letter Z, the sound is like the Z in Zach. Z. Here also, Z cannot be connected with the following letter. Seen. The sound of seen is like the S in sun. Sheen is written like a seen, but with 3 dots on top of it. The sound of sheen is like the SH of shut. Sh. The sound of sod is like the S, but it's a bit different from the S. To make this sound, we have to shape the mouth like a round, as if we are eating something and our mouth is full. Bod. Bod also, you have to make the mouth shaped like a round, or as if our mouth is full. Bo. It's not d, it's bo. The sound is inside the mouth, and the mouth is as if it's full. This is to. It's different from te and to. To is as we are saying te when our mouth is full. And next we have a letter that looks similar to a to. It's a vo. To make the to sound, we have to make the mouth as if it's full. It's like a th, but our mouth is full. Vo. Vo. And we have ein. Ein is a bit difficult to utter if you have never learned Arabic before. It's like an but deep from the throat. Ah. And we have roin. Roin is a bit like the r in French, Henri. And we have the f. F is easy to make. It's like the F in English, fun. Qaf. Qaf is different from ke. We have qa and ke. Qa is when you make your mouth as if it's full. That's where you get this sound qa, as opposed to ke. Qaf. Ke is like the English ke, kitten. K, k. The letter is kaf. The letter lam is like the L in English. Lote, lo, lo. Mim is like the M in English, like mum. And we have noon. Noon is like the N in nose. It's similar to the English N. N. Waw is like W in English, like in the word wow. And wow doesn't connect with the next letter when it's at the start and middle. And we have h, sound h. The articulation is the deepest inside the throat. We have y. Y is like the English Y, like in the word yes, y. In Arabic, there are 3 vowels, and each vowel has a long form and a short form. The short version is a, I, u. And the long version is a, I, u. And this is just a phonetic representation of the vowels. Here this table shows how the vowels are written. So we have the 3 types of vowel: fatha, kasra, and dhamma. So fatha has a sound a, kasra has a sound I, and dhamma has a sound u. So fatha is like the a in cat, a cat. Kasra is like the I in kitten, so kitten, I. And dhamma is like the u, so it's a, I, u. In the short vowel, it will be written as a diagonal line on top of the letter. The kasra is written under it, under the letter, and it's also a diagonal line. And the dhamma is like a little 9 on top of the alphabet. When we have this symbol on top of any letter, it will have the sound, the vowel a with it. When you have this under any letter, it will have the vowel I. And we have this symbol on top of a letter, it will have the sound u, the vowel u. Now this is the long vowel. So fatha exists in a long vowel version. So the long vowel is made up of the fatha symbol, and an alif, the letter alif. So any letter with a fatha and an alif would sound like a. Same here for kasra. We have a kasra and a ya. So when we have a kasra followed by a ya, it becomes a long I. And dhamma on top of a letter and a waw, it becomes a long dhamma. It sounds like oo. Fatha means opening. Kasra means breaking. And dhamma means closing. This is an example where we have 2 letters, ba and jim, that we apply the vowels to them. So we have the 3 vowels, fatha. The 3 rows here are vowels, fatha, kasra, and dhamma. The short vowel will become a ba and the symbol for fatha on top of it. And for kasra, it's ba and the symbol under it. For dhamma, it's ba plus the dhamma on top of it. So it will become ba, bi, and bu. For the long version of it, it's a ba connected to an alif, and there is a fatha here. It's ba. Kasra, the B with the long kasra is B, the kasra, and Ya. For Dhamma, it's B, Dhamma, and a Waw. So that will become Ba, Bi, Bu. Here it's Ba, Bi, Bu. For Jim, it's the same. For the long vowel, it's Ja, Ji, Ju. We're comparing the Jim in the short fatha and the long fatha. It's Ja, Ja. Comparing the Jim with the short kasra and the long kasra, it's Ji and Ji. Here it's Ju and Ju. So here are examples of short vowels for these letters. So A, B, T, Th, J, H, Kho. Kasra. So this letter with kasra is I, B, T, Fi, Ji, Hi, Khi. For Dhamma, it's U, Bu, Tu, Thu, Ju, Hu, and Khu. The other letters, D, The, Ra, Z, Se, Sh, So. For kasra and this letter, Di, Vi, Ri, Zi, Si, Shi, Si. For Dhamma, it's Du, Dhu, Ru, Zu, Su, Shu, Su. Next, Do, To, Vo, A, Ro, Fe, Ko. For kasra, Di, Ti, Dhi, I, Ri, Fi, Ki. For Dhamma, it's Du, Tu, Dhu, Ru, Ru, Fu, Ku, Ku. And lastly we have Ke, Le, Me, Ne, Ha, Wa, Ye. For kasra we have Ki, Li, Mi, Ni, Hi, Wi, Yi. For Dhamma we have Ku, Lu, Mu, Nu, Hu, Wu, Yu. Here is an example of a word that's constructed with 3 letters. We have Kaf in green, we have T in black, and B in orange. And each of them has a fatha on them. So the Kaf has a fatha, it's Ka. The T has a fatha, it's Ta. And B has a fatha, it's B. So it's Ka, Ta, B. And the word is Katab. Next example, very similar, except we have. So next, we'll change the vowel a bit in this word to see how it changed. We have the same 3 letters, Kaf, T, and B. And here also we had Kaf, T, and B. So as we can see in this one, we had fatha on the 3 letters. That's why it sounded like Katab. Now when we change it to fatha, kasra, and dhamma, it becomes katibu. Katibu. Sukun is a symbol the circle here on a letter. And what is sukun? Sukun is on top of a consonant. This means that there is no vowel on it, and only the sound of the letter is articulated. So if we have sukun on ba, it will sound like b. So just the b sound will be uttered. For example, we have this sound sin fatha. So sin fatha, right away we know it's sa. And we have waw and sukun. It will become sa and then w. Saw. Here we have lam kasra and mim sukun. Lam kasra is li, and mim sukun is m. So just the sound m. So the two letters together will become lim. Lim. So we just hear the m. We don't hear any m, any mi, or any mu. It's lim. Now these are two words. See, here we have three letters, alif, lam, and fa. So on the alif we have a fatha. So right away that's a. Next letter, lam. On the lam we have sukun. So it's just a sound ul that will be uttered for the second. And for the third one we have fa, and on it we have dhamma. And fa and dhamma makes the sound fu. So al. So here we have l, just l without any vowel. So al fu. Al fu. And this one we have two letters, kaf and mim. On the kaf we have fatha. On the mim we have sukun. Kaf and the fatha is ka. And mim with the sukun is m. The whole thing is kam. And sukun means static. Here are some examples. Ba, dhamma bu, mim sukun bum. Ghain with dhamma is ru, lam sukun is l. The whole thing is rul. Ya with dhamma is you, and mim sukun is m. So the whole word is yum. Here we have hal, daj, kif, wash, fasli. So on the fa we have fatha, on the sad we have sukun, fasli, fasli, tahta, kursiyu, anti, as'aru, baytu, hum, قل أحمد مريم امرأة حول وقت من. So in Arabic, when we have two letters doubling, we write it once. We put this little symbol like a W, and it's called shidda. So waw shidda represents the two waw together. And this is an example when we have the shidda with the vowel written. So when we have a waw and sukun followed by a waw and fatha, we write it as waw shidda fatha. When we have waw sukun and waw kasra, it becomes waw shidda and kasra under it. And this is the same for dhamma. Let's see an example where we have shidda in the word. So we have three letters in the word: dod, ya, and qaf. So dod and fatha is ba. And we have ya with a shidda. So it will be as if we have two ya. On the first ya, there is a sukun on it, and on the second ya, there is a kasra. So first one has a sukun, so it becomes doy. And then we have the second ya that will sound with the kasra, yi. And then we have the last letter, which is ku. Doyiku. Notice how the ya sounds twice. Doyi, doyi. Nonation. Nonation is tanween. So nonation, what happens when we double the vowel on a letter. So take this example. Kitab. We have the symbol kasra here, and it's doubled in this version. This one will sound like kitaban. For this one, kitabi. And it becomes kitabin. Kitabu, kitabun. Here we see that the fatha is doubled. Ba becomes ban. Here we see the kasra. Bi becomes bin. And bu becomes bun. So a with the tanween, it becomes an. I with the tanween, it becomes in. And u with the tanween, it becomes un. And this n sound after it is it's called the nonation. And what is the function of nonation in Arabic? It's to denote definiteness. We will study what's the meaning of definite and indefinite nouns later on. Example of nonation. So here we have an, the sound an, in, and un. Example, baytan. There is a fatha on this, but I didn't write it here. Baytan, baytin, and baytun. Words. Lesson 3. Words in Arabic language are classified into nouns, verbs, and particles. So all words in the Arabic language will be classified into one of these three categories. Nouns can be the name of a person, can be a place, can be an object, can be a subject, or adjectives. So note in Arabic language, adjectives are considered as nouns. But in English language, adjectives are different category of words. Verbs are words that denote an action. Particles, they are words that should be used with nouns or verbs to make sense. For example, prepositions. Here are some examples of nouns in sentences in English. So the first sentence is, he is eating biryani with a fork. He here is a pronoun, and it's part of the category of nouns. So he is a noun. Biryani is a noun. Fork is a noun. So these are like objects, things, people, or nouns. Second sentence. Yesterday, she bought a book at the shop. She is a noun, and it's also a pronoun. Book is a noun. Shop is a noun. Third, Bilal is very sick. Bilal is a proper noun. And lastly, we have she is afraid but hopeful. She is a noun. Notice that I've written sick, afraid, and hopeful in orange. This is because they are adjectives. Sick, afraid, and hopeful are adjectives. And in Arabic, adjectives are classified into the category of nouns. So in Arabic, the word Arabic for sick, for example, maridun, is an adjective, and it's part of the category noun. Same for afraid in Arabic, and hopeful. Example of verbs in sentences. He is eating biryani with a fork. Is eating is a verb. Yesterday she bought a book at the shop. Bought is a verb. Bilal is very sick. She is afraid but hopeful. In English, is a verb. But in Arabic, the way we write it, we will leave out the is. So in this case, if we write Bilal is very sick in Arabic, there won't be any verb here. And this will be covered in the chapter of nominal sentences. Sentences, lesson 4. In Arabic, there are two types of sentences. One is called the nominal sentence, and the other is the verbal sentence. A nominal sentence will start with a noun, while a verbal sentence will start with a verb. So sentences, we have nominal and we have verbal. Nominal sentences are further divided into the ones having verbs in them and the ones having no verbs in them. And we have the verbal sentences. So we'll look at these three types of sentences with examples. So this is an example of a nominal sentence without a verb. The boy is happy. So this sentence represents a nominal sentence in Arabic. So the first word is the boy, and the boy is a noun. So the yellow color here is for the boy, and it's translated into al-waladu. Is happy. Happy is masrurun. The sentence is al-waladu masrurun. So the first word in Arabic here is the boy, and the boy is a noun. That's why it's a nominal sentence. And in the sentence, there is no verb. So it's a nominal sentence without a verb. The first word is the boy, and it's a noun, al-waladu. Second word here in English is ate, and this is translated into akala. And the apple is the third word, at-tuffahata. So the sentence is al-waladu akala at-tuffahata. So we see that the first word in Arabic here is a noun. So this word should be a nominal sentence. And does it contain a verb? Yes. Akala is ate. So he ate the apple. So this is an example of a nominal sentence with a verb. And thirdly, we have the verbal sentence. So the verbal sentence will start with a verb as the first word of the sentence. So the first word of the sentence is akala in Arabic, and akala is ate. So akala al-waladu at-tufahata. Since the first word of the sentence is verb, so the whole sentence will become a verbal sentence. So compare with what we saw in the two sentences. Al-waladu here is a noun, so it's a nominal sentence. And al-waladu here also is a noun, so it's a nominal sentence. In the first part of the course, we look at nominal sentences. And in the second part, we'll look at verbal sentences. A door. Babun. أبواب. A river. نهر. أنهار. An apple. تفاحة. تفاح. beautiful. جميل. جميلون. جميلة. جميلات. a house. بيت. بيوت. happy. سعيد. سعداء. سعيدة. سعيدات. small. صغير. صغار. صغيرة. old. قديم. قدماء. قديمة. a man. رجل. رجال. a book. كتاب. كتب. tall. طويل. طوال. طويلة. طويلات. angry. غاضب. غاضبون. غاضبة. غاضبات. a boy. ولد. أولاد. big. كبير. كبار. كبيرة. a school. مدرسة. مدارس. a table. طاولة. طاولات. a woman. امرأة. نساء. broken. مكسور. مكسورون. مكسورة. مكسورات. ugly. قبيح. قبيحون. قبيحة قبيحة. A street. شارع شوارع. Nominal sentences. Lesson 5. Here we will see an example of a nominal sentence. So in English, the sentence that we'll use is the boy is sick. So a nominal sentence will consist of a subject and something called a predicate. The predicate is a phrase that will explain something about the subject. For example, the boy is sick. So is sick is a predicate that explains something about the boy. So the subject of the sentence is the boy. And if we have to write the same thing in Arabic, it will be, so in Arabic, if we start from the right, so we have the subject on the right. In English, we have the subject on the left. So here we have subject here and subject on the right here in Arabic. And predicate will be on the left. And this is the Arabic sentence equivalent to the boy is sick. So al-waladu, the boy, maridun, is sick. So all nominal sentences will consist of a subject and a predicate. More examples of nominal sentences. So subject is the man is handsome. So the predicate is handsome here. So handsome is saying something about the subject, about the man. So if we translate the man into Arabic, it becomes ar-rajulu, and handsome is jamilun. Both together become the Arabic sentence ar-rajulu jamilun. So this is a nominal sentence that is equivalent to the man is handsome. Another example, the boy is tall. The subject here is the boy. The predicate is tall. So tall is saying something about the subject, about the boy. And if we translate both of them, al-waladu, the boy, is al-waladu. Tall is translated to tawilun. Note that in English, there is in between the subject and the predicate. But in Arabic, the is not used here. So it's understood by the way it's written. So we practice, you will understand what's a nominal sentence, and you will be able to spot the subject and differentiate it from the predicate. And both together, al-waladu and tawilun becomes al-waladu tawilun, and this is a complete sentence, a complete nominal sentence, which represents the Arabic version of the boy is tall. A stone. Hajarun. Hijaratun. A chair. Kurusiyun. Karasiyun. A tree. Shajaratun. Ashjarun. Narrow. ضيق. ضيقون. ضيقة. ضيقات. et si. بحر بحار et cow. بقرة أبقار a mother أمهات fire نار a dog كلب كلاب sun شمس a teacher معلم معلمون معلمة معلمات a salesperson بائع بائعون بائعة بائعات a brother أخ إخوة a student طالب طلاب طالبة طالبات a market سوق أسواق a baker خباز a garden حديقة حدائق truthful صادق صادقون صادقة صادقات painful مؤلم مؤلمون مؤلمة مؤلمات Definite and indefinite nouns. Lesson 6. Let's see these two sentences. I will buy a car. I will buy the car. What's the difference between these two sentences? The obvious difference is a car is used in the first one, and in the second one, the car is used. So what's the difference between a car and the car? We use a car when we don't have a specific car in mind. When I say I will buy the car, it means this person I'm talking to knows which car I've decided to buy. So the car is very specific, but a car is not specific. And in grammar, we call this an indefinite noun. So a car is an indefinite noun. The car will be a definite noun. Now, how do we write definite and indefinite nouns in Arabic? So this table shows two columns, indefinite column and definite column. So the difference is in the start and the ending of the word. So it starts with al in the definite noun, while in the indefinite noun it does not start with al. And al in Arabic represents the. The ending does not end with tanween, which is nonation, and in the indefinite form it ends with tanween. So here's an example to illustrate a definite noun and the indefinite version of the noun. So a definite noun is al-bakaratu. So as we said, starts with al, so there must be an al here, and then bakaratu is a word, and it does not end with tanween. So it's not tun, it's tu. So al-bakaratu. So to understand the difference, let's see the indefinite version of it. Bakaratun. So it does not start with al. So while here there's al, ends with tanween, tun, tu. Example of definite and indefinite nouns. A book and the book. So kitabun. So when we are talking about indefinite, it should end with un, a nonation or tanween, and it should not have al in front of it. So a book, which is part of a sentence, is kitabun. The book is al-kitabu. So kaf, ta, alif, and ba are the same, except that there's al here, there's no al here, there's nonation here, and there's no nonation here. Note that there is no equivalent of English a or an in Arabic. Like we say a car or an apple. There's no such particle in Arabic, but the nonation itself here represents this an. So with practice, when you read something ending with nonation, we'll understand that it's talking about an indefinite noun. Another example. A boy, waladun, the boy, al-waladu. A moon, qamarun, good. جيد, جيدون, جيدة, جيدات. poor, فقير, فقراء, فقيرة, a cat, قط, قطة, a cup, كوب, أكواب, a husband, زوج, cold, بارد, باردون, باردة, باردات, milk, حليب, a wife, زوجة, زوجات, light, خفيف, خفيفون, خفيفة, خفيفات, a color, لون, ألوان, hair, شعر, شعور, a mountain, جبل, جبال, short, قصير, قصار, قصيرة, قصيرات, rich, غني, أغنياء, غنية, غنيات, pious, تقي, أتقياء, تقية, تقيات, coffee, قهوة, a city, مدينة, مدن, time, وقت, near, قريب, قريبون, قريبة, قريبات. Sun letters, lesson 7. This is a follow-up lesson from the definite and indefinite nouns. So look at this example. A man means رجل. The man means الرجل. So we have to add al here, and the un becomes u. Now there is a little modification that we have to bring to this word. This is because the first letter in the word is ra. Ra is part of a category of letters called sun letters. Whenever we have the first letter is a sun letter, then we have to bring this modification in the definite form. So the modification is, so ra will double with the shidda here. So ra, shidda, fatha. And also we'll remove the sukun on the lam. So it becomes ar-rajulu, as if there is no lam here. So this is a rule for sun letters. This table shows the 14 sun letters and the other non-sun letters. So these are the sun letters. ت ث دال ذال را ز سين شين صاد ضاد طا ظا لام نون. So whenever these letters are in the first place, in the definite it will double and the lam will have the sukun removed. So the rule is about no sukun is placed over the lam, but a tashdid is written over the first letter of the word. So example, the street. Al-shari'u. So that's the obvious way to write it. But after the modification it becomes ash-shari'u, because shin is part of the sun letters. The fire. Al-naru becomes an-naru. So lam has a sukun removed and the noon is double with shidda. So it becomes an-naru. The sun. Al-shamsu becomes ash-shamsu. Lam having the sukun removed and the shin will have the shidda on it. So it becomes ash-shamsu. This is another example, a market, sukun. So sin is part of the 14 sun letters. So instead of saying al-suku, it will become as-suku. The market, as-suku. Fast. Sari'un, sari'una, sari'atun, sari'atun. Sky. Sama'un, samawatun, little or few. qalilun, qaliluna, qalilatun, qalilatun. Heavy, ثقيل, ثقلاء, ثقيلة, ثقيلات. Far, بعيد, بعيدون, بعيدة, بعيدات. weak, ضعيف, ضعاف, ضعيفة. a nose, أنف, أنوف, an ear, أذن, أذان. a face, وجه, وجوه. a blind person, أعمى, عمي, عمياء. delicious, لذيذ, لذاذ, لذيذة. a bed, سرير, أسرة, a shop, متجر, متاجر. A hospital. مستشفى. مستشفيات. A meal. وجبة. وجبات. A classroom. فصل. فصول. A country. بلد. بلاد. Absent. غائب. غائبون. غائبة. غائبات. Expensive. غالي. غوالي. غالية. غاليات. Pronouns. Lesson 8. So pronouns are things like he, his, her, hers, we, himself, I, ours, their, they, you, your, myself, mine. So when I say I am tall, I'm referring to myself as the one who is speaking. When I say you are tall, I'm referring to the person I'm talking to. So when I say his dog, I'm talking about someone's dog. So I'm referring to a third person. So pronouns are divided into attached pronouns and detached pronouns. So detached pronouns are completely separated from other words. And we have attached pronouns which are attached to other words to make one word in Arabic. So for example, his dog in Arabic, kalbuhu, but in English it's two words. Pronouns are classified by conversation. Pronouns can be classified into first person, second person, and third person. So that's just a name that we give to the classification. And first person is the one who is talking, I or we. The second person is the one who we are addressing to. So the conversation is towards the second person. And the third person is the one who is not in the conversation. When we say his son, we are referring to someone else's son. We are not talking about our son. That is me and you. We are talking about his son. So here's a table of all the pronouns, the detached pronouns in Arabic. Let's try to understand this table. On top we have the columns, so singular, dual, and plurals. These are the numbers. So in Arabic we have singular, which is talking about one single thing, and dual is when there are two, plurals when you're talking about anything more than two. So singular, dual, and plurals. So in English we just have singular and plurals. We don't have something called dual. So in English when we say two books, we are talking about plurals. But in Arabic when we say two books, we are talking about two, dual. So this is additional in Arabic. Gender, we have masculine and feminine, just two genders we have in Arabic. This gender column will show the gender of the pronoun. Now let's see the first two lines. So first, masculine and feminine. Ana, both a boy and a girl, or a woman and a man, will refer to himself or herself as ana. So ana means I. Dual or plural in the first person is nahnu. Nahnu means we. So it can be 2 person or 3, 4, 1000. We refer to ourselves as nahnu. So ana for singular and nahnu for plurals or dual. Second person, so this line and this line. So second person masculine and second person feminine. So second person is you, anta. So anta for you masculine and anti for you feminine. Note that in English it's just you. So there is no masculine and feminine. So we refer to a boy as you. We refer to a girl as you. There is no additional word. But in Arabic it's anta and anti. If I have to talk to 2 person, whether it's masculine or feminine, the 2 person will be antuma. So if I'm talking to 2 boys, it's antuma. I'm referring to you 2 boys, is antuma. If I'm talking to 2 girls, it's antuma, same. If I'm talking to 1 boy and 1 girl, it's the same, antuma. Now plurals, so when we have more than 2 persons we are talking to, if they are all men or boys, masculine, it's antum. If I'm talking to more than 2 girls or women, it's antun. So what about the case where there are 1 boy and 2 girls? Would that be masculine or feminine? So in Arabic, if there is at least 1 boy or 1 masculine in a group, then the whole group becomes masculine. So for it to be feminine, it should be totally feminine. The 2 last lines refer to the third person. The first line is masculine, singular, huwa. So this is for he, and she is hiya. Whether it's 2 boys or 2 girls or a boy and a girl, it's huma. So here we're referring to they as dual. For more than 2 person, we have plurals. Plurals is hum for masculine. So for masculine, we are referring to they, whom. For feminine is hunna. And the rule stays the same. If there is 1 masculine person in the group, it becomes whom. And if it's all feminine, it becomes hunna. Now look at this conversation. Which color is the book? In English, we can reply, it is blue. And what is it? It is a neuter. It means that the thing we are referring to does not have a gender. So it is blue. Like we will refer to a table as it, an animal as it, even a baby as it in English. But in Arabic, there is no neuter. So we just have 2 genders in Arabic. We have masculine and feminine. So hiya or huwa will be used to refer even to objects. Like a book. A book will be masculine by convention. And the gender has to be learned while you are learning the Arabic word. So if we are learning the word al-kitabu, meaning the book, so we'll have also to learn the gender of the book, of al-kitab. So al-kitab is a masculine word, so its gender is masculine. And this is gender by convention. An egg. بيضة بيض safe آمن آمنون آمنة آمنات lost ضائع ضائعون ضائعة ضائعات a friend صديق أصدقاء صديقة صديقات a neighbor جار جيران جارة جارات money مال a chicken دجاجة دجاج a pen قلم أقلام a farmer مزارع مزارعون مزارعة مزارعات a girl فتاة فتيات a shirt قميص قمصان a bathroom حمام حمامات an engineer مهندس مهندسون مهندسة مهندسات a religion دين أديان a bedroom غرفة نوم غرف نوم peaceful سلمي سلميون سلمية سلميات tea شاي a meat لحم لحوم a name اسم أسماء thankful شاكر شاكرون شاكرة شاكرات Proper nouns. Lesson 9. This is a table showing some proper nouns, and this is just to show you how it's written. So Muhammad, Muhammadun, Bilal, Bilalun. Note that these two end with nonation or tanween, but as we learned before, tanween is used for indefinite nouns. In this case, these two are proper names. So they are names of people. They are not considered as indefinite, although they have the So when we say kitabun, it's a book and it's indefinite. But when we say Bilalun, we know who is Bilal. So Bilalun is a proper name and it's going to be definite. Maryamu, Hafsatu for Hafsa, Ahmadu for Ahmad, Abu Bakrin, Yusufu, Yusuf, Khadija, Khadijatu, Hajaru, Umaru, Adamu, Fatimatu, Saratu, Sumayyatu, Asiya, Ibrahimu, Uthmanu. Rain. Matarun. A lorry. Shahinatun. Shahinatun. Forbearing. Mutasamihun. Mutasamihuna. Mutasamihatun. Mutasamihatun. A paper. Waraqatun. أوراق. Bright. مشرق. مشرقون. مشرقة. مشرقات. A language. لغة. لغات. A hand. يد. أيادي. Sweet. حلو. حلوة. حلوات. Toilet. مرحاض. مراحيض. Hard working. مجتهد. مجتهدون. مجتهدة مجتهدات water ماء مياه إمام إمام أئمة a prince أمير أمراء أميرة أميرات witness شاهد شهود شاهدة شاهدات heart قلب قلوب sugar سكر noble نبيل نبلاء نبيلة star نجمة نجوم a king ملك ملوك ملكة ملكات adjectives lesson 10 now look at this conversation. Which cup of coffee would you like? Small, medium, or large? And the answer came, the large cup of coffee, please. So large here is referring to a cup of coffee. What is the large doing in this conversation? It's describing the cup of coffee. So it's giving a description about the size of the cup of coffee. And this is the use of adjectives in a sentence. As we said before, adjectives in Arabic are similar to nouns, but not in English. Generally, agree with definiteness, gender, etc. And this will be explained later. So both will work together and they will change also together. They will agree. And this will be explained later. For example, here in English, we say tall. In Arabic, طويل. Short, قصير. Small, صغير. Big, كبير. Beautiful, جميل. Ugly, قبيح. There are generally two ways of applying adjectives in sentences. One is in descriptive phrases, and the second as predicates in nominal sentences. Here is a comparison between the two. Used in descriptive phrase and used as predicate in a nominal sentence. Example of adjective used in a descriptive phrase. A tall boy, a short girl, a small book, the beautiful rose. So tall here is describing boy, so a tall boy together becomes a descriptive phrase, as short is an adjective that describing the noun, which is a girl. Let's compare this to adjectives when used in predicate in nominal sentences. For example, he is tall. Here we have is, so this is a nominal sentence. He as a subject, and is tall is the predicate. So tall is saying something about he. Or she is short. Or we can say the girl is short. The book is small. So here small is an adjective which is used as a predicate in a nominal sentence. The book is small. And it's saying something about the book. And that's the two ways of using adjective. So adjective must agree with noun which it qualifies. Adjective must agree with the noun to which it is a predicate in the nominal sentence. These agreements will be explained shortly. Now here are some examples, and we will say whether it's a descriptive phrase or the adjective was used in predicates. The tall boy. And here this column will show whether the sentence is complete or incomplete. The tall boy is an incomplete sentence, so it's a phrase, the tall boy. So adjective here is used in a descriptive phrase. The big house is also a descriptive phrase, and it's incomplete. A hot meal is incomplete and also a descriptive phrase. The meal is good. Now good here is used as predicate to the nominal sentence, the meal is good, and this sentence is complete. The meal is good is a complete sentence where good is saying something about the meal. So here the adjective is used as predicate. The house is big. It's a complete sentence. The adjective is used in predicate. A hot meal is good. Now here, this one is a bit tricky because we have two parts. A hot meal, which is the subject, is good. Good is a predicate. So good is saying something about the hot meal, but a hot meal itself is a descriptive phrase. So we have a descriptive phrase as a subject, and the predicate is also an adjective. So you have two adjectives in this sentence, hot and good. It's a complete sentence. The adjective is used in a descriptive phrase as well as in the predicate. The big house is yellow. It's the same. We have two adjectives. The big house is the subject, and it's a descriptive phrase. Is yellow. Yellow is an adjective used as a predicate, and it's a complete sentence. And the same thing for the last. The tall boy is angry. Two adjectives, tall and angry, used as in the descriptive phrase and in the predicate. Here's an example of adjective used in descriptive phrase. A big book. Kitabun kabirun. So kitabun is a book, and the adjective comes after the noun. Kabirun. Together it becomes kitabun kabirun, a big book. The big book, down, becomes al-kitabu al-kabiru. So now the book becomes definite. So here it was indefinite, here it becomes definite. But we will notice that kabirun has also changed into al-kabiru. So big also here was used in indefinite with the un. And in that phrase, the big book, al-kabiru has changed into definite. So kabirun and al-kabiru kitabun, and al-kitabu. So here, this is an example when it's used as predicate in a nominal sentence. Al-waladu tawilun. So the boy is a subject and tall is a predicate. The boy is al-waladu and tall is tawilun. In this sentence, al-waladu is definite, the boy, but tall is a predicate, so it doesn't become at-tawilu, it stays as tawilun. And this is how it's written when it's in a predicate. The man is angry. Ar-rajulu ghadibun. The man is a subject. Ar-rajulu, and the predicate is angry. Ghadibun. So ar-rajulu is a definite noun, the man. Ghadibun is an adjective used as predicate. If we had to say the angry man, then it would become a descriptive phrase. Then we have to say ar-rajulu al-ghadibu. A bag. Hakibatun. Haqaibu. A maid servant. Khadimun. Khadimuna. Khadimatun. Khadimatun. Afraid. Khaifun. Khaifuna. Khaifatun. Khaifatun. A hat. Qubba'atun. Qubba'atun. A window. Nafizatun. Nawafidhu. A boat. Qaribun. Qawaribu. A year. Sanatun. Sanawatun. A word. Kalimatun. Kalimatun. A fire. Narun. A month. Shahrun. Shuhurun. A world. Alimun. Awalimu. مفتوح. مفتوحون. مفتوحة. مفتوحات. wise. حكيم. حكماء. حكيمة. حكيمات. A headmaster. ناظر. نظار. ناظرة. ناظرات. A duck. بطة. بط. بط. A fruit. فاكهة. فواكه. closed. مشهور. مشاهير. مشهورة. A meeting. اجتماع. اجتماعات. difficult. صعب. صعاب. صعبة. صعوبات. A dot. نقطة. نقاط. Adjectives with intensifier. Lesson 11. Adjectives with very. So very is an intensifier. For example, he is handsome. And to intensify the adjective, we use he is very handsome. So very is a intensifier of the adjective handsome. This is another example. Amina is smart, and to intensify the adjective, use Amina is very smart. So in Arabic, we use jiddan after the adjective. The sentence is nominal. The boy is a subject. Very smart is the predicate. The boy al-waladu. Zakiyun jiddan. So if you had to say the boy is smart, it would be al-waladu zakiyun. That's it. But if we add the intensifier, the boy is very smart, we add the jiddan after the adjective. Another example, the tall boy is very handsome. So here we have the tall boy as the subject of the nominal sentence. Is very handsome is a predicate of the sentence. So how do you say the tall boy? The tall boy is a descriptive phrase. So the tall and boy will have the same definiteness. So al-waladu is definite. At-tawilu, so that the adjective tawilu, which is describing the boy, will also be in the definite form. So that's why we have al here and al here. And both of them makes the descriptive phrase al-waladu at-tawilu. And that's the subject part. Now regarding the predicate part, very handsome. So we start with handsome, jamilun. And to add the intensifier becomes jiddan after the adjective, and jamilun jiddan becomes the predicate, and the whole sentence will be al-waladu at-tawilu جميل جدا. This is another similar sentence. So it's a nominal sentence. The angry man is a subject. Very strong is the predicate. So we start with the subject, the angry man. The man, we know it's al-rajulu. Angry is radibun. Now the definiteness should agree. This one is definite, al-rajulu. There's al and there's no tanween here. So angry will also be definite. Al-radibu. Al-rajulu, al-radibu means the angry man. Qawiyun jiddan. Very strong is the predicate. So we start with strong. Strong is qawiyun. And the intensifier is jiddan. Al-rajulu, al-radibu, qawiyun jiddan. Note that qawiyun is predicate, so it won't take the definiteness of the subject. It will stay as qawiyun. It won't become al-qawiyu. If you had to say the strong man, it would have become al-rajulu, al-qawiyu. A manager, mudirun, mudiruna, mudiratun, mudiratun. A line, khattun, khututun. Buildings, mabna, mabaniyu, binayatun, binayatun. Easy, sahlun, sahlatun. A minister, wazirun, wuzara'u, waziratun, waziratun. Sharp, haddun, حادين حادة حادات. A child, طفل, أطفال, طفلة, طفلات. A restaurant, مطعم, مطاعم. A fan, مروحة, مراوح. People, أهل. The Lord, الرب. A sheikh, شيخ, شيوخ, شيخة, شيخات. An airport, مطار, a library, مكتبة مكتبات a guest ضيف ضيوف ضيفة a pilgrim حاج حجاج حاجة a dress فستان فساتين hungry جائع جائعون جائعة جائعات thirsty عطشان عطشانون عطشانة عطشانات the prayer direction قبلة Adjectives agreement Lesson 12 Do adjectives change? To answer this question, let's see a couple of sentences and phrases with the word tall. The first one is a tall boy. And the form that tall is in is indefinite, because we are talking about a boy. So a tall boy, the tall is used in indefinite form. The tall boy, the boy, so the tall here is acting as an adjective of a definite noun. The tall girl, the girl is feminine and definite, so tall here is used in feminine form. The tall girls, so here tall is describing the girls, which are definite plurals and feminine. The tall man, same here, it's plurals of masculine and in the definite form. And the last two, she is hitting the tall boy. The tall boy is called an object of the sentence that we will look at. So tall here is used for the object of the sentence. And finally, the tall boy is hitting the girl. Here, the tall boy is the subject of this sentence. So tall will be an adjective describing the boy as a subject. So in all of these forms, indefinite, definite, feminine, plurals, and feminine, plurals, object, subject, in all of these, tall stays tall. It's just written as T-A-L-L. So it doesn't change at all. But in Arabic, adjectives change to agree with nouns. And this is what we'll look at in this lesson. So agreement of adjectives with nouns when in predicates. So as we said, adjectives can be used in a descriptive phrase or in the predicate. If it's used in predicate, the adjective will agree with the noun in terms of gender and number. For example, if a noun is feminine plurals, the adjective will be feminine plural. If the noun is masculine dual, the adjective will be masculine dual. This is what's meant by agreement. The other use of adjectives are in descriptive phrases. And here we can see that the agreement is more than the previous case. And here we have agreement in terms of definiteness, in terms of cases, in terms of gender and number. So let's start from here. Number. Number is singular dual plurals. And we understand what's number. We did this part in pronouns. We understand what's gender, masculine and feminine. We don't understand what's cases. This will be covered shortly in a lesson. And we understand what's definiteness. Definiteness is whether something is definite or indefinite. For example, if the noun is definite, genitive, feminine, plurals, the adjective will also be definite, genitive, feminine, plurals. So this is what's meant by agreement of adjective to the noun in descriptive phrases. Complete. كامل كاملون كاملة كاملات lazy كسول كسالى كسولة كسولات a lesson درس دروس a wheel عجلة عجلات a half نصف أنصاف an examination فحص فحوس a prayer cycle ركعة ركعات different مختلف مختلفون مختلفة مختلفات a company شركة شركات a festival احتفال احتفالات a bus حافلة حافلات cheap رخيص رخيصون رخيصة رخيصات a price سعر أسعار a question سؤال أسئلة a passenger راكب ركاب راكبة راكبات الناس ممرد ممردون ممرضة ممرضات عصفور عصافير a grape عنب أعناب deaf أصم صم صماء صماوات a rose زهرة أزهار Multiple adjectives. Lesson 13. The two ways of applying adjectives is in a descriptive phrase and as a predicate in a nominal sentence. So we will look at these two cases regarding multiple adjectives. So in a descriptive phrase, there could be two or more adjectives that qualify a noun, and there could be a wa, means and, optional between these adjectives. For example, if we say a tall and beautiful girl, this would be a case where there are two adjectives, tall and beautiful, to qualify the noun, a girl. So in this case, if we have to translate this, we can use wa in between the two adjectives, but it's optional. The other case is when it's in a nominal sentence as a predicate. But in this case, wa is required. So we can have two or more adjectives as a predicate, but wa is required. For example, if we say the girl is tall and beautiful are part of this predicate for the subject the girl in the sentence the girl is tall and beautiful. So in this case, wa is required. In this example, she is tall and beautiful. We can see that it's a nominal sentence. It has the subject she and the predicate tall and beautiful. So tall and beautiful is telling something about she. And tall and beautiful are two adjectives. Tall is an adjective and beautiful is another. And as we said, if multiple adjectives are used in a predicate, we need to use wa. She is a subject translated into hiya. And now we translate the predicate part. Tall and beautiful. Tall is tawilatun and beautiful is jamilatun. And we have to add the wa in between, which is the translation for and. So the sentence become hiya tawilatun wa jamilatun. Let's take a look at this example. The sentence is the short ugly man is angry. This is a nominal sentence. And what is the subject and what is the predicate? The subject is the short ugly man and the predicate is angry. So angry, we can translate it straight away. It's radibun. The short ugly man is a descriptive phrase. And in this phrase, we have the noun the man, and we have two adjectives that qualify the man. We have short and ugly. So let's translate this part. The man is ar-rajulu. So this is straight away ar-rajulu. And now we have to translate the adjectives short, ugly. So as we said in a descriptive phrase, if we have multiple adjectives, we don't need to use wa because this is optional. So translating short ugly becomes al-qasiru al-qabihu. So short is al-qasiru and ugly is al-qabihu. The descriptive phrase becomes al-rajulu al-qasiru al-qabihu. And the whole sentence becomes al-rajulu al-qasiru al-qabihu ghadibun. A bank. مصرف مصارف ابنان موزة موز stupid غبي أعبياء غبية غبيات A Jew يهودي يهود يهودية يهوديات A fig تينة تين manners خلق أخلاق A Christian مسيحي مسيحيون مسيحية مسيحيات spacious واسع واسعون واسعة واسعات dawn فجر an olive زيتونة زيتون A picture صورة صور spectacles نظارات A snake ثعبان ثعابين A tooth سن أسنان evening مساء أمسية A broom مكسنة مكانس A stick عصا عصي A morning صباح صباحات sunset غروب A bell. جرس. أجراس. Cases. Lesson 14. What are cases? In certain languages, nouns and pronouns change slightly to reflect their function in a sentence. English has lost its cases system, but we can get a glimpse of the cases by the use of I and me. Compare the sentences I kicked him and he kicked me. So in both sentences, I'm referring to me, but in the first one, I kicked him. I is a subject, so I'm the subject of the sentence, and him is called the object. So subject I, object him. While in the second sentence, he becomes the subject, which is doing the act of kicking towards me, which is the object. So in this case, subject is he and object is me. So you can see the difference of writing here. I didn't say me kicked him, which is not correct. And here I said he kicked me. I didn't say he kicked I. The difference between this one I and here me is a difference in terms of subject and object. So the pronouns has been applied in this case are subject and here object. This is an example where a word has been written in two different cases. In Arabic we have three types of cases: nominative, genitive, and accusative. The nominative case is used for subjects and predicate generally, and genitive is used for possessive and preposition, which we will see, and accusative is used for direct object. Generally, the word will change slightly by the use of the vowel. Here we have the three cases: nominative, genitive, and accusative. Generally, in the simplest form of cases, the vowels ending will be dhamma for nominative, kasra for genitive, and fatha for accusative. Here we have an example for the word kitabun. In this line, it's used in the definite form, al-kitabu. So that will be in the nominative case. In the genitive case, it will become al-kitabi. And in the accusative case, it will become al-kitab. So the only difference between the three are the vowels in the ending. So u, I, and a. Dhamma, kasra, and fatha. So that's the transformation that will occur if you change the definite word al-kitabu from nominative to genitive and to accusative. So that's a definite case. Now the indefinite case, kitabun, a book. In the nominative, it's kitabun. When it becomes genitive, it becomes kitabin. And in the accusative, it's kitaban. Another example is the word rajulun. So in the definite case is ar-rajulu. In the genitive, it's ar-rajuli. And accusative, it's ar-rajula. In indefinite, it's rajulun. In the genitive, it's rajulin. And in the accusative, it's rajulan. A bread. خبز. خبز. A beard. لحية. A soap. صابونة. صابون مد طين a pharmacy صيدلية صيدليات rice أرز clinic عيادة an office مكتب مكاتب a barber حلاك حلاكون medicine دواء a laborer عامل عاملون عاملة عاملات a letter رسالة رسالات a scorpion عقرب عقارب a pupil تلميذ تلامذة تلميذة a paradise جنة جنات dark ظلام ظلمات ظلمة a telephone هاتف clot of blood جلطة sleepy نعسان نعسانون نعسانة نعسانات brown بني بنيون بنية بنيات Feminine, Lesson 15. In Arabic language, there are only two types of genders, masculine and feminine. There is no neuter like in English. We usually identify the feminines by the ending of these words. The most common feminine ending is the ta marbuta. So most feminine words will end with this symbol. And this is a ta, a special ta. It's called marbuta. And it's a cross between a ta, a normal ta, and a ha. So it's like a closed ta. For example, the word talibatun is a feminine word, and it means female student. So as we can see, at the end of this word, there is a ta marbuta. And this is how the ta marbuta is written at the end. The circle of the ta marbuta will stick to the previous letter, like here. There's a ba, and then a ta marbuta. Both of these letters will stick together. So just by looking at this word, we can say most likely that this word is feminine, just because of the ending. The other feminine endings are alif mamduda, and this is how it's written. Example of a word that finishes with alif mamduda is hadara'u. As you can see, the last letters are ra, alif, and a hamza. So the combination of the alif and the hamza is called the alif mamduda, and this is a typical feminine ending. So when we see this kind of word, we can say that most likely this word is feminine. And we have the alif maqsura. It's written like a ya without the dots. For example, bushra. Bushra has a typical feminine ending, a fatha followed by this alif maqsura. So we have these three feminine endings, which is number one, ta marbuta, the most common one. And we have alif mamduda, and we have alif maqsura. So this is a method to identify whether a word is feminine. The second method to identify whether a word is feminine is by their nature. For example, bintun. Bintun is daughter. So daughter is a female person. So it will be automatically feminine because it's feminine by nature. Talibatun, student girl. This is automatically feminine by nature. And we have ummun, mother. Mother is feminine by nature. And if you have a proper noun that refers to a girl, for example, fatimatu, so fatimatu will be feminine. Although not all of them finish with a ta marbuta, but still they will be feminine due to the nature. The third method to determine if a word is feminine is by convention in the Arabic language. For example, parts of the body in pairs. So by their nature they are not feminine, and they may not end with ta marbuta. But still, because of this convention that we have in Arabic language, parts of the body that are in pairs will be feminine. For example, the eyes, aynun. Although the eye in Arabic doesn't finish with a ta marbuta, and it's not feminine in nature, still by the convention, eyes will be feminine. Other example is the ears, the legs, the hands. Names given to fire, this is another convention. Some geographical names. Names given to wind. And there are other conventions. In Arabic, things are assigned gender. For example, here in this table, we have on the left two things, a table and a chair. And in Arabic, it's tawilatun and kurusiyun. So a table and a chair. And the gender in Arabic language for table is feminine, and the gender for chair is masculine. If we are using a word which is inanimate, for example a chair in a sentence, and we need to know if this word is feminine, we can check the ending of it. So for example, kurusiyun doesn't end with a ta marbuta, so it's most likely a masculine noun. Tawilatun ends with a ta marbuta, so it's most likely a feminine noun. When we give titles to human beings, such as a student, a doctor, a lawyer, these nouns that we use for titles can be made feminine by adding a ta marbuta at the end of it. This is an example where we start with a student, a masculine student, and this is talibun. And if we want to make this word feminine for a female student, the modification is we have to remove this tanween at the end from the masculine student, talibun. we remove this tanween and we add a fatha on it, on the ba, so taliba, and then we add a ta marbuta at the end, so it becomes talibatun, talibatun. Since the word is indefinite, we will have a tanween at the end, so a tanween on the ta marbuta. Here's an example of a nominal sentence. Fatima is short. So the subject here is Fatima and the predicate is short. So Fatima, Fatimatu, that's a proper name. Short is qasirun. Since the subject is feminine, the adjective also will become feminine. So qasirun is short for a male, and qasiratun is short for a female. So Fatimatu qasiratun. The tall lawyer. This is a descriptive phrase, and the agreement will be the same, which means that if the noun is feminine, the adjective in the descriptive phrase will also be in the feminine form. The lawyer is translated into al-muhamiyatu. So the first one is al-muhamiyatu, the noun. If we have to translate tall as applied to a male, it's tawilun. As we saw before, the adjective will agree with the noun in terms of definiteness, in terms of gender, number, and cases. In this case, al-muhamiyatu is feminine and it's in the definite form. So feminine, definite. Tall also will be definite, feminine. So it will become at-tawilatu. The whole descriptive phrase will become al-muhamiyatu at-tawilatu. This is an example of a descriptive phrase. The big table, and the noun here is the table, and in Arabic the table is translated into at-tawilatu, and we have an adjective big used in this descriptive phrase, and this big is telling something about the table, so it's qualifying the table. The adjective that qualifies a masculine noun will be in the masculine form, while the adjective that qualifies a feminine noun will be in the feminine form. So here, the table is feminine, at-tawilatu is feminine, there is a ta marbuta here. So the adjective big in Arabic will be kabiratu. So al-kabiratu. This is a form that we have to use because, firstly, the noun is definite. We have al here. So we will have al here also. And the noun is feminine. Big also will be translated into the feminine form. So it will not be al-kabiru. It will be al-kabiratu. So the ta marbuta here means that this adjective is feminine. A task. Amalun. أعمال. weather. طقس. away. طريق. طرق. a row. صف. صفوف. a shoe. حذاء. أحذية. a stranger. غريب. غرباء. غريبة. غريبات هل جحيم free حر حرة animal حيوان apartment شقة شقق available متاح متاحون متاحة متاحات a treatment علاج a noise ضوضاء tired متعب متعبون متعبة متعبات iron حديد a museum متحف متاحف a desk مكتب مكاتب a mirror مرآة مرايا slow بطيء بطيئون بطيئة بطيئات a female أنثى إناث In Arabic, there are three types of numbers: singular, dual, and plurals. Singular is for one thing, dual is for two, and plurals is for more than two. Plurals in Arabic are divided into sound plurals and broken plurals. And sound plurals has a masculine and a feminine form. So there are three types of plurals in Arabic, and we have sound masculine, sound feminine, and broken. The difference between sound and broken plural is that the sound plurals will keep the same letters as in singular, but the ending will change. But in broken plurals, there may be drastic changes inside the word. So it's not only in the ending, but it may change the letters itself inside the word. So this is the table that shows how the sound plurals change the ending. We have three columns: nominative, genitive, and accusative. Each one of those are divided into masculine and feminine. So this one is the nominative sound masculine plural. We see that the plurals will end with une if it's masculine in the nominative form. And if it's in the feminine form, it will be ending with atun. In the genitive form, the masculine will end with ina, and the feminine will end with atin. And it's the same for the accusative form. So let's see an example of this. So this example is for the word mu'allimun, a teacher. So here we see mu'allimun is masculine nominative here. So if we have to make this word plurals, we have to change it into una. So mun here, it's going to become mu'allimuna. So we remove this un and we add the long vowel u and na. So mu'allimuna. The feminine version of it is mu'allimatun, and that's single feminine nominative. So the plurals will become mu'allimatun. So ma becomes longer, so long vowel a, and we add ta. So this ta mabuta will be broken into the ta. So it will open up into a ta. So atun will be added at the end of the word. So atun, mu'allimatun. In the genitive case, it's mu'allimin. If it's masculine, it's mu'allimin. In the plural form, it's mu'allimina. So it's not muna, it's mina, as we saw in the table here. Ina. So the feminine form will become atin. So mu'allimatin becomes mu'allimatin. For the accusative form, it's mu'alliman and mu'allimatan. It becomes mu'allimina. It's the same as genitive. And mu'allimatin for the feminine, it's the same as genitive. So this sign is singular, a teacher, in the form nominative, genitive, and accusative. And this sign is about plurals, the teachers, masculine and feminine, and nominative, genitive, and accusative. So broken plurals, we have drastic changes inside the words. So there is no simple rule to make the broken plurals. We'll see one example. So this one is about madun, wealth. So madun, madin, madan is for nominative, genitive, and accusative. So the plurals, madun, will become amwadun. So see how many changes are there. So we have here an alif has been added in front of it. So it's not starting with ma. So ma becomes the second letter. And we have a waw added here and has a long fatha. So amwadun. This is why we have to learn the plurals while learning a new word in Arabic. So genitive will become amwadin and accusative amwadan. Another example is rajulun, a man. In the plural form, it becomes rijalun. In the genitive singular, it's rajulin. And in the genitive plural form, it's rijalin. In the accusative form, it's rajulan. And in the accusative plural form, it's rijalan. Notice how many changes have been brought to the singular to make the plural. So ra, ri. So fatha has been changed into kasra. And the jim has been changed into fatha. And the vowel has been elongated into a long vowel. Ja, lun. Lun is the same. So rijalun from rajulun. A beginning. Bidayatun. A thief. Lissun. Lususun. A president. Ra'isun. رؤساء. A family. عائلة. عائلات useful مفيد مفيدون مفيدة مفيدات a story قصة قصص a train قطار قطارات oil زيت dust غبار an enemy عدو أعداء a wall حائط حوائط busy مشغول مشغولون مشغولة مشغولات present حاضر حاضرون حاضرة حاضرات wealth ثروة sad حزين حزينون حزينة حزينات flower دقيق a day يوم أيام a desert صحراء صحاري gold ذهب cheese جبن Jules lesson 17 Jules we have the following ending. So we have the three cases, nominative, genitive, and accusative. In the nominative case, for masculine and feminine, dual will be ani. So that would be the ending for dual masculine. For feminine, it's the same, ani. For the case of genitive, masculine will be aini. And for feminine, it would be aini, the same. And this is the same for accusative, aini and aini. For male and female. These are the dual endings. Let's see an example. This is the example of a student, طالب. So the first line will talk about the singular a teacher. In the nominative case, a teacher is طالب for masculine. For feminine, it's طالبات, as we saw in the chapter on feminine. So طالب becomes طالبان, so it's a long vowel here. طالبة becomes طالبتان. So the sta marbuta will be opened. It becomes ta. So with a long vowel, tani. طالب طالبان طالبة طالبتان. So this one means 2 male students, and this one means 2 female students. In the genitive form, طالب becomes طالبين, طالبة becomes طالبتين. So we have added أين and أين from طالب and طالبة. In the accusative form, it's the same as in the genitive form. طالبا, طالبين, طالبة, طالبتين. Garbage. قمامة, قمامات. Silver. فضة. A shade. ظل. ضلال. A speech. خطاب. Smoke. دخان. silk. حرير. A traveler. مسافر. مسافرون. مسافرة. مسافرات. An army. جيش. جيوش. food. طعام. A rope. حبل. حبال. courage. شجاعة. A group. مجموعة. مجموعات. news. الأخبار. A fridge. ثلاجة. ثلاجات. A spoon. ملعقة. ملاعق. A knife. سكينة. سكاكين. A farm. مزرعة. مزارع. A seed. بذرة. بذور. dead. ميت. أموات. ميتة. ميتات. peace. سلام. Prepositions, Lesson 18. Here are some examples of prepositions used in English. I am going to the mosque. The building is on fire. The dogs are in the house. Our children stayed at their grandparents'. It is raining in London. Please put your bags under the table. I'm going to the market with my daughter. All of these are prepositions on, to, in, under, at, in, to, with. So a prepositional phrase is when you have a preposition plus an object. Here are some examples. In the living room, at the school, on a table, in his shop, under their bed, in Washington. So here are the common prepositions used in Arabic. On, ala, to, ila, in, with, bi, in, fi, from, than, min, from or about, an, like or as, ka, until, hatta. These are the common prepositions that we use in Arabic. So this is a rule. Every Arabic preposition affects a following noun by generally changing it to the genitive case. So genitive case will be applied to possession and prepositions. So we have not looked at the possessive form. So genitive will be applied to preposition. So this is what we'll look at now. The table is a noun in the definite form, and it's part of a sentence. If you have to put this noun in a prepositional phrase, for example, on the table, it will become, why is that? Because this was in the nominative case, and this will change into a genitive case because of the ala. Ala is a preposition on. So when it's in a prepositional phrase, on the table, this word, this noun will become genitive. So every noun that follows a preposition will become genitive. That's a rule in Arabic. Another example is a street. A street is an indefinite noun. Shari'un. In a street is a prepositional phrase with the preposition in, and the noun a street. It becomes fi, in, fi, shari'in. So shari'un has changed into shari'in. Why? Because the noun is followed by a preposition. So in a street becomes fi shari'in. That's a rule in Arabic. And note that the tanween is kept. So when we have shari'un, tanween, it becomes shari'in. The tanween is kept. But it was changed from un to in. This is an example of a nominal sentence with a prepositional phrase. In a nominal sentence, we have a subject and a predicate. So in this example, the subject is the good school. So anything before is a subject. The good school is the subject. And after the is, in the village, this will be the predicate. So the predicate is a prepositional phrase because we have the in here. In is fi. So let's start with the good school, the subject of the sentence. The good school, the school is al-madrasatu. The school is al-madrasatu. Now we have to add the adjective, and this is a descriptive phrase. Al-jayyidatu. So good is al-jayyidatu. Why is it written as al-jayyidatu? It's because the noun that it qualifies is in the definite form and it's feminine. Because the noun is definite, al will be here and al will be here also. So al-madrasatu, al-jayyidatu. And it's feminine, satu, madrasatu. So jayyidatu will also be feminine. So we'll have the ta marbuta at the end. So ta marbuta here and ta marbuta here. So the good school becomes al-madrasatu, al-jayyidatu. So this is the subject part. And we have to add the predicate. The predicate is in the village. In is fi. Now the village is al-qaryatu. The village on its own is al-qaryatu. So in the prepositional phrase, al-qaryatu will be followed by fi. So it should be changed from nominative to genitive. So it becomes al-qaryati. Al-madrasatu al-jayyidatu fil qaryati. A place. مكان. أماكن. helpful. مفيد. مفيدون. مفيدة. مفيدات. chest. صدر. صدور. dumb. أبكم. بكم. بكماء. بكم. A flame. لهب. A spy. جاسوس. جواسيس. An exit. مخرج. مخارج. A drink. شراب. أشربة. A piece. قطعة. قطع. A staff. عصا. عصي. A veil. حجاب. أحجبة. A leaf. ورقة شجر. ورق شجر. A journey. رحلة. رحلات. A crescent. هلال. A job. وظيفة. وظائف. empty. فارع. فارغون. فارغة. فارغات. An invitation. دعوة. دعوات. A pig. خنزير. خنازير. A hotel. فندق. فنادق. chocolate. شوكولاتة. شوكولاتة. Adverb of time and place. Lesson 19. Adverb of time and place are not prepositions, but they have the same effect on pronouns and nouns. So the effect is that they will change the noun into genitive. These are some examples of adverb of time and place. Under, beneath, تحت, above, over, فوق, before, in front, أمام, before, قبل, after, بعد, behind, وراء, between, بين, around, حول, some, بعد, all or every, كل. Adverb of time and place in a phrase. So we have a friend, صديق, a friend. So when it's in a phrase with the adverb of time and place, so with here is an adverb of time and place, with a friend becomes مع صديق. مع صديق. So صديق has been changed into صديق. مع will change the صديق into صديق. And note that the tanwin is kept in. Another example, كأس is a cup. Under a cup is تحت كأس. تحت كأس. So has been changed into in, genitive, because of the تحت. So adverb of time and place will have the same effect as preposition. So this rule will apply to preposition as well as adverb of time and place. Another example, the river is between the two mountains. This is a complete sentence, and this is a nominal sentence having the subject the river, and the predicate is between the two mountains. So the river is easily translated into Arabic as an-nahru. An-nahru. And the predicate is between the two mountains. So the two mountains. Let's see the mountains. So a mountain is Jabalun. The mountain is Al-Jabalu. So the two mountains will become Al-Jabalani. But when we put it in the phrase Bayna Al-Jabalani, Al-Jabalani will change into Jabalaini, because Bayna will change the next noun into genitive. So it will become Jabalaini. So from Jabalani, it becomes Jabalaini. So that's an example of dual that has been changed from nominative into genitive because of the Bayna. A lion. أسد. أسود. ذبوءة. ذبوءات. Policeman. شرطي. شرطيون. A widow. أرمل. أرامل. أرملة. أرامل. salt. ملح. A circle. دائرة. دوائر. A dictionary. قاموس. A finger. إصبع. أصابع. A ball. كرة. كرات. An airplane. طائرة. طائرات. Grass. عشب. Disagreement. خلاف. خلافات. Vegetable. خضرة. خضروات. A sword. سيف. سيوف. A gun. مدفع. مدافع. wine. خمر. A merchant. تاجر. تجار. تاجرة. تاجرات. A storm. عاصفة. عواصف. A horn. قرن. قرون. A lawyer. محام. محامون. محامية. محاميات. A lamp. مصباح. مصابيح. Attached pronouns. Lesson 20. Pronouns are divided into detached pronouns that we already saw. And we have attached pronouns. So attached pronouns attach themselves to verbs, prepositions, nouns, and particles. So this is what we look at, attached pronouns to nouns. Is your book heavy? So this is a case where we have your is a pronoun, and book is a noun. So in Arabic, your book will become one word, kitabuka or kitabuki. So this word, kitabuka, is an example of attached noun. But in English, it's two words, your book. So it's detached in English, but in Arabic, it's kitabuka, one word, attached. This is your seat. Your seat. Your seat is an example that will give an attached pronoun in Arabic. Do you know his mother? Their cattle were grazing in our farm. I didn't know he was her son. His face shows that he was angry. That is her house. This is a table for the endings of pronouns. So we have the same table as we saw for the pronoun, but this shows the ending of the attached pronoun. So these two first lines will be for the first persons, masculine and feminine. And the ending will be the ya. And for the plurals, when we say we, it will be na. So if we have to say my book, it will be kitabi. So the second person, masculine and feminine, ka, ki, will be the ending when it's attached with a pronoun. In the dual form is kuma, kuma here also for masculine and plural, and kum for plurals, and kunna for feminine plurals. Third person masculine hu, feminine ha. Third person dual huma and feminine. So for both masculine and feminine, it's huma. For plurals masculine third person, it's hum and hunna for feminine. So these are they masculine and they feminine. This is you masculine, you feminine. These are you two masculine and feminine. And this is you singular, and this is he and she. So let's put it in an example. So I want to say my book, our book, your book, their book, his book, her book. So we have to use all these endings to create this table. So this is a table for kitabu, al-kitabu or kitabun. When I have to say my book, I would keep the kitab, but I will add the ya after it to show that it's my book. So from this table we have the ya. The ya will be added here, kitabi. So that becomes kitabi, means my book. So here we see our book will become kitabuna. Kitabuna. Your book masculine, kitabuka. Kitabuka. Your book feminine, ki. So ki will be added to kitabu, becomes kitabuki. So dual, kuma, ending will be kuma. So the dual for second person will be kitabukuma, means your book. When you say your book for plurals, that is more than one person, it becomes kitabukum if it's masculine, but if it's feminine, kitabukunna. So your book, all feminine person. Kitabuhu means his book. Kitabuha means her book. Kitabuhuma means their book, their being masculine, dual. Kitabuhuma means their book, feminine, dual. Kitabuhum, kitabuhunna means their book, masculine, feminine, plurals, that is more than two person. Vein. Waridun. Awridatun. An earthquake. Zilzalun. Zalazilu. A wedding. Urusun. A'rasun. A cloud. Sahabatun. Suhubun. An ignorant. Jahilun. جاهلون جاهلة جاهلات اسماعيل ابتسامة ابتسامات إضاف ضحكة ضحكات television تلفاز تلفازات shout صيحة صيحات a monument نصب تذكاري نصب تذكارية خاتم خواتم a computer حاسوب حواسيب a planet كوكب كواكب an island جزيرة جزر furniture أثاث lightning إضاءة إضاءات thunder رعد رعود a wing جناح أجنحة a couch أريكة أرائك a bone عظمة عظام Attach pronouns with prepositions. Lesson 22. So we've looked at attached pronouns with nouns. Now we'll look at attached pronouns with prepositions. So here are some examples of attached pronoun with preposition. Is your book under it? This seat is for him. Put your shoes in it. There is an enemy within us. Please continue to walk towards them. His face shows that he was angry with her. All of this has the preposition followed by a pronoun. This will give rise to attached pronouns with prepositions in Arabic. So the ending will be the same as we saw for attached pronoun with nouns. So here's an example when we have على. على is a preposition. We start from the first person, masculine and feminine. علي is for the singular I. So on me is علي. On me, علي. On us, it's علينا. So here we see the ending na. So ala and na becomes alayna, meaning on us. Second person masculine, on you as a male, alayka. Alayki for a female, alaykuma for both a male and a female, so on both of you. On you, alaykum for masculine plural, alaykunna on you, alayhi on him, alayha on her, alayhima on them is Jewel, alayhim and alayhinna. Note that from this table we would expect that the ending for he, when we say, for example, on him, we expect the ending to be who. And if we look at the actual table, ala, we see it's alayhi. So instead of alayhu, it's alayhi. So this is because ala is acting on the who. Who is in the nominative, and it becomes a genitive when ala is acting on it. This is an exception for 4 of the prepositions, and ala is one of them. So this exception occurs for the third masculine singular, the dual of the third person, alayhima. Instead of alayhuma, it's alayhima. Alayhim, it's not alayhum, so it becomes alayhim. And alayhinna, it's not alayhunna. The prepositions that will have this exception are listed here. So ala, ila, bi, and fi. A heel, ka'bun. Qu'ubun. And embryo. Janinun. Ajinnatun. A duty. Wajibun. Wajibatun. Honey. Asalun. A bee. Nahlatun. Nahlun. A frog. ضفدع. ضفادع. An onion. بصلة. بصل. A mosquito. بعوضة. بعود. A crow. غراب. غربان. A cucumber. خيارة. خيار. Ginger. زنجبيل. Garlic. ثوم. A quail. سمان. سمنة. A pearl. لؤلؤة. ذادئ. A coral. مرجان. ink. حبر. A ship. سفينة. سفن. An arrow. سهم. سهام. brass. نحاس. horizon. أفق. Possessive. Lesson 23. So what are possessive phrases? Look at these sentences. The men's sheep are grazing. He is the first son of the queen. The dog's eyes were red. Her husband's car is broken down. The only shop of this village is here. The shoes of the boy were dirty. Or in this case, he is the queen's first son. What you will notice is that we are talking about possession of something, like the man's sheep. So the sheep is the possession of the man. That's what we mean by possessive phrases. Her husband's car. So the car is a possession, and the possessor is her husband. So how to construct possessive phrases in Arabic? So in English, we use apostrophe s or of. So like the girl's teacher. The girl is the one possessing something, and the teacher is the one possessed. We have a possessor and a possessed. In our case, the possessed is the teacher, and the possessor is the girl. Let's translate each one of these. The teacher is al-mudarrisu, and the girl is al-fatatu. If you have to combine them and make a possessive phrase to mean the girl's teacher, this is how fatat will change. So al-fatatu will change into al-fatati. And al-mudarrisu will change into mudarrisu. So the phrase will become mudarrisul fatati. So the whole phrase will become mudarrisu al-fatati. But the fatha will be dropped as a rule. Mudarrisu. So it will become mudarrisul fatati. Mudarrisul fatati. Meaning the girl's teacher. Let's see another example. The man's book. Which one is the possessor and which one is the possessed? The possessor is the man and the possessed is the book. Translating each one of them, the book becomes al-kitabu, the man becomes ar-rajulu, and to make the possessive phrase the man's book, al-kitabu will become kitabu, and the second word will become ar-rajuli. So rajulu will change into rajuli. So it will become genitive rajuli. Kitabur rajuli is how we would understand the man's book. So here also the fatha is dropped. It becomes kitabur rajuli. The shidda on the ra is because of the rule of sunlight. A tap. Sunburun. صنابير hurry سرعة dangerous خطر خطيرون خطيرة خطيرات a ghost شبح أشباح a joke دعابة دعابات a beach شاطئ شواطئ a constellation برج أبراج أبراج تربة تربات ruby ياقوتة ياقوت trousers بنطال بناطيل sick مريض مرضى مريضة strong قوي أقوياء قوية new جديد جدد جديدة جديدات hot ساخن ساخنون ساخنة ساخنات handsome وسيم وسيمون blue أزرق زرق زرقاء زرقاوات red أحمر حمر حمراء حمراوات yellow أصفر صفر صفراء صفراوات white أبيض بيض بيضاء بيضاوات. Demonstratives. Lesson 24. What are demonstratives? This is an example. This tall boy is angry. So this here is a demonstrative. So we are showing which boy is it. These buildings are tall. This car is more expensive than that one. That girl is smart. Those apples are delicious. This is a table that shows the demonstratives. The rows are divided into two parts, here and there. So here it means the thing that's closest to us. Like this book. This book will mean that this book is closer to us. When we are referring to a book that's further, it's referred to as that. That's what's meant by there. So here and there. So in the first column, singular, we are talking about one thing. So هذا, we can say this boy, هذا الولد. Here we are referring to a feminine subject, هذه. And when we refer to that, ذلك and تلك, ذلك means that for masculine, and تلك means that for feminine. When we are referring to two things, masculine, when it's here, it's هذان, and هاتان for feminine. When it's there, it's further away, it's ذانك, those two, and تانك for feminine. When it's here for plurals, meaning these, هؤلاء. When it's there for masculine and feminine, those, plurals, أولئك. Note that we don't say هذا, we say هذا. Although it's written as ha, the, as in a short vowel here, it's pronounced as if it's a long vowel on the ha, هذا. So demonstrative phrase. When I say this dog, it's a demonstrative phrase. So al-kalbu is the dog, and this, for a masculine subject, it's هذا. It's هذا الكلب. هذا الكلب. The fatha here is dropped. Another example. Those trees. The trees is translated into al-ashjaru. Al-ashjaru. And those is translated into أولئك. As we've seen in the lesson on plurals, the plurals of inanimate objects are considered to be feminine singular. So in this case, instead of those here, we're going to consider this noun as feminine singular. So looking at the table, so we need to look at the feminine singular. So singular here, feminine, هذه and تلك. Since the demonstrative is those, we need to choose تلك. So the translation is تلك الأشجار. Both of the sentences are nominal sentences. So here we can see this is a man. So the subject is this, and a man is a predicate. So هذا, this is هذا, a man رجل. هذا رجل. This is a man. This man is angry. This is also a nominal sentence. The subject is this man. Angry is the predicate. So predicate is radibun, angry, radibun. This man is translated into هذا الرجل. So هذا الرجل is a translation of this man. So notice the difference between this is a man and this man. This man is translated into هذا الرجل, this man, and this is a man, هذا رجل. Black. أسود. سود سوداء سوداوات green أخضر خضر خضراء خضراوات dirty قذر قذرون قذرة قذرات grey رمادي رماديون رمادية رماديات a tiger نمر نمور نمرة نمر smart ذكي أذكياء ذكية ذكيات a bull ثور ثيران clean نظيف نظيفون نظيفة نظيفات earth أرض أراضٍ a horse حصان أحصنة فرسة فرسات a foot قدم أقدام a room غرفة غرف a donkey حمار حمير a tongue لسان ألسنة a head رأس رؤوس a kitchen مطبخ مطابخ unmarried. أعزب. عزاب. عزباء. عازبات. married. متزوج. متزوجون. متزوجة. a mouth. فم. أفواه. iron. حديد. Comparatives, lesson 25. So what are comparatives? Let's take a look at these sentences. The blue coat is more expensive than the red one. Shireen is smarter than Shaheen. This is the tallest building in the world. This is the fastest car. This tree is bigger than that one. I am taller than you. Your parents are richer than mine. So as we can see, comparatives is about comparing two things. Let's take this example. This tree is bigger than that one. I'm comparing the size of this tree to that tree. I am taller than you. I'm comparing the height of me and you. This is the tallest building in the world. So here I'm comparing the height of buildings in the world. So among all the buildings in the world, I'm stating which one is the tallest in the world. So number one, here I'm comparing two things. So that's why I say taller. Two specific things. The word fastest here is different from taller. So fastest is called superlative. It's comparing the highest degree. And we have a third way of writing this. So compare 1 and 3. When I say I am taller, and here I'm saying more expensive. So look at expensive. Expensive doesn't become expensiver or expensivest. We add this more. So this we can get from the morphology change in the adjective. So we have 3 rows: adjective, comparative, and superlative. So the first row is adjective. We have one adjective called short and one is big. So short is for qasirun and big is kabirun. When we have to say shorter, we say aqsaru, and bigger akbaru. So you can see the pattern here, the change in the adjective from normal adjective to a comparative adjective. So normally if you have an adjective other form fa'ilun, the comparative will look like af'alu. So we have to add an alif in front of the first letter, like this. Qaf is the first letter. The first letter will have a sukun, and then the second letter will have a fatha, and the third letter will have a dhamma. So that's how we make the comparative adjectives from the original adjective. So now for the superlative, so fa'ilun becomes al-af'alu. Qasirun will follow the same pattern change. Qasirun will become al-aqsaru. Big, kabirun will become al-akbaru. Let's look at an example of comparative in a sentence. And the sentence is a nominal sentence. The subject is Ahmed and the predicate is taller than Yusuf. Ahmed will be here and this part will be the predicate. طويل is tall in the original form. To make the comparative of tall, which is taller in Arabic, we have to change it into أطول. So أحمد أطول. Min is similar to than in English. Than Yusuf. أحمد أطول من يوسف. Notice that Yusufu has changed into Yusufa because of the preposition min. This min will act on the proper noun Yusufu and make it genitive. And genitive for Yusufu is Yusufa. It doesn't become Yusufi because Yusufu is a diptote. A car. سيارة. سيارات. An eye. عين. عينان. A hyena. ضبع. A mosque. مسجد. مساجد. A bird. طائر. طيور. A camel. جمل. جمال. ناقة. نوق. A night. ليلة. ليالي. A university. جامعة. جامعات. A sheep. خروف. خراف. An elephant. فيل. أفيال. A youngster. شاب. شباب. شابة. شابات. A village. قرية. قرى. A goat. معز. ماعز. عنزة. عنزات. A fish. سمكة. أسماك. clothing. لباس ملابس a forest غابة غابات law court محكمة القانون a week أسبوع أسابيع a soul روح أرواح an answer إجابة إجابات length طول distance مسافة a thing شيء أشياء the hereafter الآخرة forbidden ممنوع ممنوعون ممنوعة ممنوعات a male ذكر ذكور severe شديد شديدون شديدة شديدات an example مثال أمثلة a light ضوء fear خوف a supper عشاء a loss خسارة خسائر air هواء a desire رغبة رغبات an order أمر أوامر a plot مؤامرة مؤامرات an oppressor ظالم ظالمون a sound صوت أصوات a caller مؤذن مؤذنون a promise وعد وعود Verbal sentences, lesson 26. As we said, we have two types of sentences in Arabic. One is a nominal sentence, and the other is a verbal sentence. A nominal sentence starts with a noun. A verbal sentence starts with a verb. In this lesson, we will start with verbal sentences. Let's look at what are verbs. I ate cheese this morning. Ate in this case is a verb. He will walk home. Will walk is a verb. Sarah is reading a book. Is reading is a verb. His mother gave him a nice present. Gave is a verb. They sang with the best voice. Sang is a verb. Adnan is walking to the market. Is walking is a verb. So verb indicates an action. It's a word that describes an action in a sentence. Now let's look at the structure of verbal sentences. So this is a general structure of a verbal sentence. So starting from the right, the first word, as we said in a verbal sentence, is a verb. Then we have a subject. So not all sentences have subjects, but in this case we are showing all the possibilities that can exist in a verbal sentence. In the second position, we normally have the subject. Third, a direct object. And fourth, adverbials. It doesn't mean that we need to have all these parts. We may only have a verb and a subject, or a verb and a direct object, or a verb, a subject, a direct object without adverbials. So we have all the combination, except that the verb will always be in the first place here. So example, I went, he is shouting, she will walk, we are watching. So these will come here in Arabic. My son can be a subject. The big room can be a subject. The cat or Yusuf can be subject. Direct objects. The chair can be a direct object. A book, direct object. A nice tree, direct object. The apple. So a verb will act directly on a direct object. And the subject will be the one who is doing the action as described by the verb. And the direct object is the one receiving the action. So adverbials on the table. On the table, which is a prepositional phrase, can be adverbials. Quickly, this morning. So whenever we have a direct object in a verbal sentence, it will be in the accusative form. Whenever we have a subject in a verbal sentence, it will be in the nominative form. So these are examples. So here we just have a verb and it makes a sentence. We ate. أكلنا. This is when we have a verb and a subject. This is an example when we have a verb, a subject, and a direct object. The verb is carried. Subject is the teacher. Direct object is our books. So it becomes حمل المدرس كتابنا. المدرس means the teacher carried. كتابنا. كتابنا means our books. This is an example where we have a verb and adverbials only. So we went. ذهبنا. Adverbials to the market. إلى السوق. إلى السوق is a prepositional phrase. إلى to the market. The market on itself is السوق. So it becomes genitive because it's followed by a preposition. So السوق is changed into السوق. The whole sentence is ذهبنا إلى السوق. A verb and a direct object. They are drinking milk. This is an example when we have all the four components. We have a verb, a subject, an object, and a prepositional phrase. The verb is drank. The subject is Aisha. The object is milk. The prepositional phrase in the market. So in the Arabic sentence, it will follow this structure. This is a verb. Aishatu is the subject. Al-Hadiba is the object. So milk becomes accusative. Al-Hadiba. The milk on its own is Al-Hadibu. So as a direct object, it takes the accusative form. Al-Hadiba. Fissuki. This is a prepositional phrase and it becomes genitive due to the preposition that is before it. So as-suku is nominative. It becomes as-suki. A criminal. Mujrimun. Mujrimuna. Mujrimatun. Mujrimatun. The authority. As-sultatu. As-sultatu. A Muslim. Muslimun. Muslimuna. Muslimatun. Muslimatun. A permission. Iznun. Udhunun. Little. Qalilun. Qaliluna. Qalilatun. Qalilatun. Many. Kathirun. Kathiruna. Kathiratun. Kathiratun. a punishment. عقاب. An orphan. يتيم. يتامى. يتيمة. يتيمات. A war. حرب. حروب. A kingdom. مملكة. ممالك. blood. دم. pure. نقي. نقيون. نقية. نقيات. A stranger. غريب. أغراب. غريبة. غريبات. A shin. ساق. سيقان. A ministry. وزارة. وزارات. A date. تمرة. تمر. A body. جسم. أجسام. wind. ريح. ashamed. خجلان. خجالة. خجلانة. A beggar. متسول. متسولون. متسولة. متسولات. Verb tenses. Lesson 27. So we have two main categories of verb tenses: the past or perfect, and the present or future or imperfect. For example, yesterday I ate an apple. This is the past tense, ate, for eat. And here we have I am eating an apple, or I will eat an apple. Both of them are considered to be one category in Arabic, and this is called imperfect. So we have perfect and imperfect. You can understand these two as following. Now it's this moment. So in the past and in the future, we have actions that has been done, and actions that we will complete. So everything that's completed in the past is one category, and everything that will be completed in the future is one category. And we call this category perfect, and this category is imperfect. Verbs in Arabic include their own pronoun. So when I look at this word ذهب, I would know instantly that it is he went. So in English we have two words, he and went, but in Arabic we just use one single word, and the way it's written will tell us which pronoun we are talking about. Let's take a look at the morphology in verbs. This is very important topic for verbs because verbs change according to a certain system of morphology. So we have 4 roots here. So these are the root letters that make a category of words: fa, ain, and lam. This one is zal, ha, and ba. Here we have shin, ra, and ba. Here we have kaf, ra, and mim. So to make the past of he, which is the third person singular masculine, so we connect these 3 letters and put a fatha on the first and the last letter. The middle letter for this set of 3 root letters will have a fatha. This middle letter may be different for other sets of root letters. We'll do the same with other root letters. That is, to get the past tense for the noun he, I will add a fatha on the first and the last letter. The middle letter will vary. For example, for dhal, ha, and ba, the middle letter will also be fatha, as in the case of fa'ala. And this gives the meaning of going. So dhahaba means he went in the past tense for the third person singular, he. We can do the same with shin, ra, and ba. Here the middle letter will take the kasra, giving the meaning of drinking. So shariba means he drank in the past tense. For kaf, ra, and mim, it will take the dhamma. Karuma means he ennobled. So the pattern that we need to follow to get the past tense for he is to connect the 3 root letters and add fatha on the first and the last letter. The middle letter will vary with the given set of root letters to give a certain meaning. In Arabic language, if we learn the pattern to get a particular conjugation of the verb, we can use the same pattern on all sets of root letters. Here's another conjugation example. To make the present we as the first person plural, it becomes naf'alu. So we have a noon added at the beginning and a fatha. The first letter becomes fa with a sukun, and the ain has a fatha, and the lam has a dhamma. So this means we are doing. Nadhhabu. So we add a noon and a fatha, same here. The first letter of the root will have sukun, like this one, first letter fa, fa sukun. So dal sukun because it's the first letter. Ha will have the fatha, and ba u. So yadhhabu means we are going. So what will this one become? So obviously we'll have a na, and the shin will be sukun, so nash. The middle letter will follow the same pattern of kasra here. So nash ribu means we are drinking. So same thing here. Nak. So nak rumu. We are ennobling. A government. حكومة. حكومات state دولة دول a right حق حقوق a lip شفة شفايف a doctor طبيب أطباء طبيبة طبيبات snow ثلج ثلوج an ant نمل نمال نملة نملات an account حساب حسابات a throne عرش عروش a knot عقدة عقد offspring ذرية ذريات a magician ساحر سحرة ساحرة ساحرات a doubt شك شكوك a beast وحش وحوش a dream حلم أحلام a wolf ذئب ذئاب a proof دليل أدلة a game لعبة لعب a blessing. نعمة نعم a whale. حوت حيتان spider. عنكبوت عناكب a hare. وريث ورثاء وريثة وريثات a finger. إصبع أصابع a liar. كاذب كاذبون كاذبة كاذبات a fox. ثعلب ثعالب a majority. أغلبية a handicap. عائق عوائق an ankle. كاحل كواحد an elbow. كوع كيعان